Hello, 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 everyone. Uh-oh. CatCam is glitching out a little bit. How's everyone doing on this beautiful Tuesday? Oh, and our heart rate monitor's not working either. How are all of you? Carlos, congratulations on first. Raising congratulations on the lurk. Hello, Carlos. What's up with you? Oh, it has been a busy 48 hours. But we're doing pretty well. Things are going decently well, all things considered. Oh, look at that cat. Look at that. Just chilling over here, starting to smell my vacations. One more week. Hell yeah. Oh, what's happening with this hat, too? Do I need to wash this again? It's like all... Let's see if we can fix that. Suppose we'll wash it. Maybe we go hatless today. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully doing some vacationing here soon. I'm currently not in the best of shape. Not only did we have some extreme hate and harassment during our last stream, which I'll dive into a little bit, but after finding out some people I was with last week weren't feeling super well, and being very sniffly for those who were here during the last cooking stream, I took a COVID test. Will that refocus? Yeah. Took a COVID test last night and tested positive. So it's probably from some exposure I had like last Friday, which means we're on the tail end of it. I honestly didn't even know, outside of being a little stuffy and sniffly and having a very tiny cough, that I had it. But it is what it is. It's not my first, second, or third time having it. So, you know, we'll get by. But that means I have been, since the last stream, basically isolated at home. And all I did yesterday really was even edited some of the video from, well, the 2 VODs that I had from the cooking stream, since we had 8 people come into that stream across. I even ended the stream because I was worried I'd have to take the VOD down with all the hateful things they were saying, and continue harassing me, saying hateful things throughout the second VOD too. I got some exposure to my girlfriend, who also had a bit of COVID, and 2 weeks later I'm still like nothing, immune to that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've talked multiple times on stream about how I don't really get sick, or don't ever really feel sick. You know, even right now, or even during the cooking stream, outside of having a tiny little bit of runny nose or feeling a bit stuffy, even right now, maybe being a tiny bit nasally compared to how I normally am, I don't feel very much. That's not to discredit or downplay the serious effects that I know many people do experience or do have when they contract COVID or other things. But yeah, I seem to be very fortunate in that I have an extremely strong immune system, and I'm also extremely well vaccinated against COVID too. So I'd be lying if I didn't give some credit to the multiple vaccinations that I've had as well. But that is also, I didn't want to post about it last night. Also why I was very upset yesterday, because I was planning to go live yesterday to talk about some of the editing, or fuck it, we'll pull it up right now. I'd planned to start with the news, but we can show what I ended up doing, because it's actually kind of sad how it all turned out. Or I wish I did not have to do all these things. But I was able to go through and edit out an at least hour and a half long highlight of some of the stuff. But I'll just show exactly what my screen looks like, since I haven't been able to change or update some of that for for YouTube yet, which is where a lot of that stuff originated. And again, this isn't the first time. Like, the shittiest part about a lot of this is that this stuff has happened on Twitch, on YouTube, on TikTok, on multiple other platforms, and I've been dealing with this shit for over a year. Like, literally since June of last year. It's now July of this year, as of today. But on our last stream, this is the Twitch version, so we had like 75 views for the first hour. I would love to show the actual video, but all the way up through the end of it, we had people saying hateful, very hateful things in the chat, which, again, I'm not going to show because it's the reason those VODs are not live right now. But I've reported all of this stuff to Twitch. And going back even to the stuff that happened last June and last July and last August, and then even into January and March, now June and July of this year. Like, it's crazy that no action has been taken against any of this. And I've tried so many different avenues to try to have these things taken care of. But the real shitty part is, like, I even looking at like average numbers, like I'll get like, 360, 208, 443, but that's during like a 7-hour stream, or during a 6.5-hour stream, or during a 7-hour stream. So to have over, if you just combine these, well, even if you don't combine them, over 143 people watching me just cook for 2.5 hours, that average viewership, or like, without getting into the details of how these things are tracked, like, that is actually some of the better numbers that I've had, especially for a random cooking stream that we just came up with 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, not even a full 2 weeks ago. So, like, it sucks to have to unpublish these things because people posted some hateful shit, like halfway through, or when they clearly realized I wasn't paying attention. So that's where this not only feels targeted, but where, tying into some of the other stuff, even going back to a year ago, it's hard to see this as being a coincidence. The more I've talked about how much these things suck, if they seem to happen in almost direct response, or like there seems to be a linear relationship between when I talk about these types of things and when I even post fucking receipts and show my evidence and, am very open about the things that have been harassing, slanderous, defamatory, or hurtful on my side. And when these things continue to happen, but in very tricky ways, or in ways that even the mods of other Twitch users have reached out to me and said, hey, there's even been discussions about trying to circumvent doing these things on Twitch, or doing these things from their handles, or doing these things in ways that would fall under normal, easily reportable categories on Twitch. Which is why, I'd even followed up with the OSIT, or like off-service investigation team, and it's shitty and sad to see that no action has been taken, or that even in response to some of those things, I just get redirected to like, here's how to fill out a normal report through our normal report services. And it's so fucking, it's beyond aggravating. Like, from this, I was able to salvage an hour and 38 minutes, of which I was able to get a pretty good clip, which is already received and garnered, some pretty awesome attention. I don't know why this is such shitty quality. But, like, the cool part is I have started, figuring out ways to get around these things, but Twitch also doesn't offer the ability to remove, like, even if I blocked and reported somebody in the middle of a stream, whatever they typed or whatever they wrote still appears in that VOD. And same thing, especially since I'm using the multi-stream stuff, like, I can't remove those things after the fact. But anyways, I don't want to spend too much time talking about the last stream because it's honestly just, it makes me sad. Yeah, it really just makes me sad. But this is the... Can I not make this full screen from here? I can't make this full screen from here? What the fuck? Come on. There we go. I guess I didn't put all the prettiest ones up front. But this turned out pretty well. Despite the hate, and needing to restart our stream, or like go live twice. Let you see all sides. And then having to cut highlights from that stream since we got additional hate and harassment. during
with some mustard and some condiments for myself too.
both VODs.
Yeah, especially with the hiccups. Sucked that we had to restart stream. Especially since that wasn't due to any technical difficulties and just hateful people.
But it all turned out really well. And honestly, like, I'd love to continue doing the cooking streams. The downside is I don't have another person here who can monitor chat. I don't have multiple mods who can not only monitor chat, but like help me clue into some of this stuff as it happens in real time. But like this stream, minus the hate and harassment, which we've unfortunately been experiencing for over 12 months now, or even 12 months ago, we had people saying shit that was literally threatening, like, do you want to feel broken wrists? And shit like that, which has been brushed off even by others who've then posted slanderous and defamatory shit about us in public channels, which I've also discussed multiple times, only to then be blocked, banned, and hear from even some of those individuals' mods that they have wanted me to be blocked and banned or had coordinated additional harassment and defamatory, slanderous bullshit posted about us. Like, I don't know how to avoid this, I guess is the best way to say it. Like, I know some people's recommendation is just don't talk about it, but I want to continue doing these things without having to worry about that shit. Let's turn this down a little bit. And again, I'm posting receipts. It drives me crazy that the more I seem to actually post receipts, or the more I seem to actually provide evidence for my claims, or the way that things went, which I can prove through multiple VODs, or even when asked to then go through VODs with unedited chat logs and things as I've done, I then just get more hate or more harassment from it. And the fact that other people who I do respect and know support some of those people, like, that's what breaks my heart even more. So I think this is a pretty good stream. I wish I could post this entire thing. But given where we are, I don't think I can. I know I can't, actually, because I don't want to risk being reported for some hateful shit that somebody I do not support or do not, condone. Like, no matter what I say in my About section, where I openly say we have no room for hatred or harassment or anything of any type, this is something where at the very top, I mentioned the golden rule, which is be excellent to each other and don't be an asshole. Everything else should essentially flow from that, but I put in here that it's okay to disagree or present different viewpoints in a constructive and respectful manner, but harassment, hate speech, racism, or abuse of any kind will never be tolerated here. So to know that there are people on the back end who, despite these types of things, have essentially tried to even just blatantly circumvent Twitch rules or multi-stream kind of TOS standards and try to get me in trouble or try to ruin fun, engaging, positive streams. Like, it's demoralizing. I felt horrible at the end of this stream, despite having a lot of fun during this stream. Like, until I even knew that stuff was happening, like, I was having a lot of fun. And all the way through the end of this, like, amazing. I was having a lot of fun. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say. I guess I just wish Twitch actually took this shit seriously. I wish other platforms that I've also reported this kind of behavior from, like, took this shit seriously. The fact that I didn't even have, like, multiple chat windows open, or that I didn't even need to monitor this stuff or worry about keeping records for over a year because no action has been taken against any of this kind of behavior, despite multiple reports that I've put through for the last year, it's heartbreaking. But anyways, there's a lot of other heartbreaking things going on in the world, and I think we can transition from this into just some current affairs that are going on in the world. We've talked about the news multiple times, so as mentioned during some of my last streams, I think we can switch over to the news, listen to the NPR News Now segment, and also if I do seem like sniffly or if I'm like coughing or anything, again, I have fucking COVID right now, which is not ideal. But let's listen to the NPR News segment, and then we can dive into some specific items that I'd actually planned to talk about a little bit during my last stream, but which I ended early due to continued hate and harassment, which has persisted for the last 12 plus months.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Shay Stevens. The massive tax and spending package, narrowly approved by the U.S. Senate, now heads to the House for reconciliation. As NPR's Elena Moore reports, House Republicans must agree on the changes made in the Senate before the final version is sent to the president's desk.
Republicans are united on the main parts of this bill, like making President Trump's 2017 tax cuts permanent and increasing funding for border security. That said, there are still disagreements over how to pay for it all. Some fiscal hawks in the House have expressed concern with parts of the Senate-passed bill, which could be a challenge for House Speaker Mike Johnson, who can only afford to lose a few votes. But he says he's moving the process forward.
I've got to play the cards that are dealt to me, and we're working through that, talking to all members and all caucuses and everybody else. But we remain optimistic we're going to land this plane.
Johnson has called for lawmakers to be back in D.C. by Wednesday to get to work. Elena Moore, NPR News, the Capitol.
A new NPR PBS Marist poll finds that Americans believe there is a serious threat to democracy, and they're concerned about political violence. NPR's Domenica Montanaro has more on how Americans are feeling about President Trump.
Ahead of the July 4th holiday and the country's 249th birthday, 3/4 of respondents said they believe there's a serious threat to U.S. democracy. About the same amount also describes politically motivated violence as a major problem. They also have little confidence in their political leaders. Republicans are unpopular. President Trump gets just a 43% approval rating, and only 35% approve of the job Republicans in Congress are doing. But Democrats are viewed even worse. Just 27% say they're doing a good job in Congress, their worst score in 7 years. So most people, it seems, feel they've got nowhere to turn for a party that best represents them. Domenico Montanaro, NPR News, Washington.
There is a partial verdict in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. As NPR's Isabella Gomez Sarmiento reports, the jury will keep deliberating on the most serious count of racketeering.
Judge Arun Subramanian received word from jurors around 4 p.m. that they had reached a verdict on 4 counts against Combs. This includes charges for sex trafficking and transportation for prostitution. But jurors say there are some, quote, unpersuadable opinions when it comes to the racketeering charge. That one accuses Combs of running a criminal enterprise that facilitated and concealed sex crimes for 2 decades. After receiving the note, Combs' attorneys gathered around the once powerful hip-hop mogul who rubbed his eyes and looked down as they discussed the news. The judge has instructed jurors to continue deliberating in an effort to reach a verdict on the remaining charge. Isabella Gomez Sarmiento, NPR News.
Wall Street stocks closed mixed today, with the Dow Jones Industrials gaining 400 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index fell 166. The S&P lost 7. This is NPR.
This message comes from NPR's sponsor, Odoo Business Management Software. Some say Odoo is like fertilizer because it promotes growth. Others say it's a magic beanstalk, scaling with efficiency. Odoo, exactly what a business needs.
All right, this is also where we mention we are not directly affiliated with NPR or their sponsors, but I do care a lot about fact-based journalism. So diving into this, I think, I could talk about this extensively and how the short-sightedness of not only this, but a number of things that go into the GOP mega bill are like, this is the opposite of what you look for when you're talking about long-term fiscal policy that can benefit the average American. And it's nice to see in some ways that Republican lawmakers are starting to have some disagreements about what's actually happening within this bill. But the fact that many Americans don't even understand what's happening in this bill is extremely concerning. And I think, I'm going to just go tie into, let's see if I can do this. Am I even signed in on here? Am I signed in on Instagram? I am. Let's let Bernie just talk about it.
Let me be very clear. Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation ever brought forth in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for working families. Actually, I'm wrong. I shouldn't use the word gift because the billionaires paid for it. This bill is an absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system. The billionaires invest hundreds of millions of dollars in candidates and in elections, and in this bill, this piece of legislation, their investment is paying off. So, what are they getting? Well, the top 1% is receiving $975 billion in tax breaks. Further, and this is really quite unbelievable, the wealthiest 0.2% receive a $211 billion estate tax break. $211 billion for the top 0.2%. In that provision, 99.8% of Americans get zero. Further, large corporations in this bill get a $918 billion tax break. That is what the 1% and the wealthy campaign contributors get. So, here's what you get, assuming you're not a billionaire. This bill throws over 16 million people off of the health insurance they have by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. So,
16 million people.
$1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%, $1 trillion in cuts in Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act.
Nearly 5%
Further,
of the U.S.
It forces millions of Medicaid recipients to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor. So what is the impact of all this? What happens when you throw 16 million people off health care, you impose a $35 copayment? Well, what the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania estimate is that if this reconciliation bill is enacted, and it's unbelievable for me to say this, but this is what they are telling us, this is what they have studied. If this bill goes through and all these healthcare cuts take place, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily each and every year.
Which is also an underestimate.
50,000 Americans. In other words, this bill is a horrific death sentence for low income and working class Americans. Further, if this legislation is enacted, rural hospitals all over the country that are already struggling would be forced to shut down. It would also make massive cuts to community health centers and nursing homes. In other words, this legislation is the most significant attack on the healthcare needs of the American people in the modern history of our country. So, our healthcare system is broken, it's dysfunctional, and they make it even worse. And that's not all. This bill wipes out nutrition assistance for millions of hungry kids at a time when we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of nearly any major nation on earth. This bill will also make it much harder for working class kids to receive the higher education they need by cutting education by some $350 billion.
Again,
at a
to
time when
provide
the
tax
planet
cuts to the
is struggling
ultra-wealthy.
with climate change, heat waves now all over the world. This bill decimates investment in energy efficiency and sustainable energies like wind and solar.
Which
If
even
you
former
are
Doge leader
concerned about how the
Elon
United
Musk has now
States
started
keeps
speaking
getting
out against it.
into never-ending wars, this bill makes a bad situation even worse by handing out another $150 billion to the Pentagon, a 15% increase in an already bloated Pentagon budget. Now, I want to applaud all of the Democrats, every single one of them, who strongly oppose this bill. And I want to congratulate two Republicans, Senators Paul and Senator Tillis, for voting with the Democrats in opposition to proceeding on this bill. But here is something really interesting and quite telling about where the Republican Party is today. When Senator Tillis of North Carolina indicated that he would vote against the bill, he was lambasted on social media by Trump, and he was threatened with a primary.
Which is why most people
He
vote
actually
party
did
lines.
not do what Trump wanted him to do. Is there anything in this world that is worse than that? Today, Senator Tillis announced that he would not seek re-election. So it is pretty clear to me, and I would hope to every American, that the Republican Party of today does not tolerate any independent thought. One might have believed that members of Congress were elected to represent their constituents, to do what they thought right for their constituents. But that's not what it is in the Republican Party right now. The sole function of Republican members of Congress is just to tell Donald Trump how brilliant he is, how infallible he is, how great he is, put up a statue of him on Mount Rushmore. Oh my God. And if any Republican, like Senator Tillis, suggests otherwise, they will be politically destroyed. This is pathetic, and it has all of the hallmarks of the kind of authoritarian society that Trump wants to take us into. Dissent is simply not tolerated anymore within Republican ranks.
So we'll end it there. Again, it's good to see that there is some hurdles, and where even if I don't believe in all of the things that those who are pushing up against, some of these things, even on the Republican side, it's good to see that there is some dissent, but where, once again, the tax incentives for this are benefiting the ultra wealthy and corporations. And against what everything Donald Trump was campaigning on, this also, despite him saying he could balance the budget or return us to a surplus, still calls for lifting the nation's debt limit by $5 trillion, a sizable increase compared to the House bill, which agreed to $4 trillion, which on both measures is not only not balanced, but would increase the debt ceiling by trillions. And to do this is also eliminating SNAP, eliminating Medicaid, making additional cuts to programs that have been shown to actually pay dividends long term. Once again, if you eliminate SNAP, that means many people, both children who are born to families that may be in poverty, as well as people over the age of 64, even those receiving some form of Social Security or Medicaid, which there's really no certainty at this point that anybody will continue receiving into the future. Those are things that those individuals are still then going to seek community centers, food banks. They're still going to need food unless, as the Republicans seem to not give a shit about for those who voted for this, or for any Democrats who voted for this, they just want them to die? Is that where we've come to in this nation of ours that we consider to be somewhat great, or trying to be great again? Do we pay for tax cuts to fucking billionaires and the ultra wealthy by cutting food programs to those in most need? Fuck out of here. And on top of that, we do that while building Alligator Alcatraz. Something that Trump appears to be not only extremely proud of, but which Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who previously said we would not be deporting U.S. citizens, or we would not be detaining and deporting anybody with, actual... sorry, my headphone just came out. Anybody with legal immigration status have now completely flipped on. They are now here. Let's just play the video that came directly from the fucking White House yesterday.
Tomorrow, President Trump will.
On
a scheduling note, tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is
Alligator
only one road
Alcatraz.
leading in, and there is the
Again, this is coming directly from the fucking White House. Alligator Alcatraz for illegal criminal aliens, even if a number of people they've already detained and deported include actual U.S. fucking citizens, actual permanent residents, and people with legal immigration status, and where, I mean, this is, I don't know what this is.
only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain.
Alligators.
The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. We are truly coming off a historic week of President Trump.
Can you not read off of your fucking script correctly?
We are truly coming off a historic week of President Trump racking up win after win on behalf of the American people. On a scheduling note.
Okay, so once again, despite saying we aren't going to separate families or put people in cages, this is what you have here. This is literal cages, and Trump seeming very proud of this, with Kristi Noem, who seemed to also be in line earlier with saying that this would only target criminals and not people with legal immigration status, which they're now also trying to revoke for over 500,000 people, because apparently this issue they claimed, which they said was so large that, you know, we needed to declare it a national emergency, is not only not that large, but where they can't even seem to maintain, despite having masked people carrying out wildly, just, I would say, irresponsible deportation-style efforts. They can't even keep up with some of the numbers of previous administrations. So this is extremely concerning, once again, to our democracy. But if you dive deeper into some of the details related to this, it's very, very, it's very concerning when you look at how they're trying to tie this back to birthright citizenship. And I know there's been a lot of memes and things out here, and some of this, which I've talked about multiple times in terms of even Trump's own background in history, where Trump is married to an immigrant. He's been married to actually multiple immigrants. In fact, Trump's current wife is the third wife he has had. But if you want to talk about his children, Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric, all born to mother Ivana, who was not a U.S. citizen until 1988. Donald Jr., born in 1977, Ivanka in 1981, and Eric in 1984. But their mother, Ivana, did not become a U.S. citizen until 1988. There's a whole nother portion that we could talk about in terms of how his current wife became a U.S. citizen through their own special visa status, which he is now also trying to restrict. But without even needing to talk about Melania, I should correct right here. This should not impact birthright citizenship based on the way that he's currently trying to pursue this. But there have been a number of people detained and even deported because they only had one parent who was a U.S. citizen. We even played the full video of the breach charges put on the front door and the windows of U.S. citizen L.A. residents because DHS officials or ICE officials believed one parent to be here on some type of extended immigration status, even though that proved not to be true. So I don't agree with this entire sentiment, but let's be fucking clear here. Trump's children, Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric, the ones who are in this photo with their immigrant mother, who at the time of this photo did not also even have U.S. citizenship, are in the same boat as these types of people who are being detained by immigration agents, deported, or put in deportation style. I mean, I would argue this is straight up a fucking concentration camp. I don't know what else you'd call this, especially when you have White House press secretary referring to this as Alligator Alcatraz and shit from the fucking White House. Like, what kind of idiocracy level fucking territory have we entered into where you have Trump visiting this and saying, I thought it was so professional, so well done after touring the center. This is a fucking detention center. Straight up. And there seems to be no real checks and balances that even some of the people being detained, or the fact that we've also had multiple U.S. citizen children who've been deported, there seems to be no checks that even when putting breach charges on the doors and windows of U.S. citizen residents in places like L.A. in the last 2 weeks, like, how is this the target versus even Trump's own family? Again, Trump's married 2 immigrants, both of which ultimately did receive citizenship, but where his children, especially those who rally against some of these things, Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric, were all born to their mother Ivana before their mother became a U.S. citizen. And this isn't me saying that I think that is a ultimately negative thing, but when you look at how Trump is approaching how birthright citizenship could impact states across... Hello, Mountain Fear. Welcome in. This is something that Trump's own former and previous relationships would not only been able to continue the way they had in the past, but where his own family would have been at risk under some of the bans that he is currently trying to put in place. So this is, I mean, it's wild territory they were putting into. And again, to be clear, Trump was a U.S. citizen, so this isn't something where I agree that his children should be the first in line to be deported. But the fact that they themselves don't even acknowledge that their parent, or even their current step-parent, came into this country as immigrants. Or again, even for J.D. Vance, his wife is the daughter of fucking immigrants. As well as many, many other individuals who seem to support these types of efforts. But I wanted to talk about this. Instead, I think we should stick on the citizenship portion, because Trump also just recently mentioned that he wanted to have a special clause for agriculture. And some of that seems to be following... Oh, is this not on the front page anymore? Trump special agriculture is all I'm Googling. I'm pretty sure that that's what it was. Cite AP News. Like, his literal words was that he said, yeah. Bear with me, Trump says, as both farmers and consumers brace for not only tariff effects, but where he also claimed there should now be provisions against some of these deportation efforts. Here, we'll do deportation, or just deport. Oh, here we go. Oh no, this lets them end legal protections for 500,000 migrant workers. But anyways, there was a whole article about Trump wanting to pause deportation for farmers because of some of the extreme negative effects related to the entire agriculture industry, which is reeling from some of these raids and deportations. And there was a great overview from just this week of a 4th-generation farmer, person who owns multiple meat processing facilities, that talked about how every single person in their facility on payroll, what's happening? Well, strap the fuck in, Mountain Fear. We're talking about what's actually happening in this country right now. Every single person on their payroll had been through the United States E-Verify system, had been cleared by Homeland Security, or by the E-Verify system ran by Homeland Security, and where they then got raided and took them down to 25% capacity because they claimed that they had justification to detain or remove a significant portion of their workers. So I'm just going to play, instead of this entire 15-minute segment, I'm just going to play a few segments from this and let them talk about, again, this is a person who's been doing this for over 40 years, who every person they hire is not only on payroll, but is paying fucking taxes. So some of these people who are being detained, who are being deported, or when talking about, again, people who are being arrested in front of their children, a father of 5, while shopping at fucking Home Depot in places like Burbank, California. These are people paying fucking taxes, working under systems where they're on fucking payroll, and somehow this is going to make America fucking great again.
Hire outside consultants
Let's
to
just
conduct
listen.
audits of their employees' documents. But for small businesses like Gary's, it's common to just rely on E-Verify, which is free. Gary says he's used it for years. As you were watching ICE kind of ramp up its raids over the last several weeks, were you worried about your plant?
Prior to the raid, I'm thinking I'm 100% legal. So I'm telling myself I've got nothing. Why would I worry? I mean, they're all E-Verified.
You're
Gary
on payroll.
wasn't worried.
And
But his
paying
company
taxes.
was on the radar of the Department of Homeland Security. And on the morning of June 10th, federal agents showed up at his plant.
They had helmets on. They had masks on. You could only see their eyes. They had bulletproof vests on.
Again, going back to even some of the same stuff we were talking about in the last stream, where it's interesting that many of these individuals, despite being part of Homeland Security, are apparently afraid to show their fucking faces on their homeland turf. Fucking cowards.
They had clubs. They had guns. Then about probably, 20 of them came to the front door, and they had a big steel ram. And had we not opened up the door after a couple, 3 knocks, they were prepared to ram it, break the door down, and come in. But we did open the door up, and they showed us the warrant, and then they rushed in and basically took control of everything. They went to the processing floor, grabbed people, put them in the break room, the test kitchen. They went into, they just went all over. They just stormed the building.
Grabbed anybody who looked brown.
Processing floor, grabbing people, putting them in different rooms. People were crying, bawling. I had employees running into the freezers, hiding behind the pallets. We had one guy who went up on the roof. It was chaotic.
How did that feel to see at your factory?
Well, I came close to crying. After I saw so many mothers crying and being handcuffed and taken out of here and placed in a van, not a van, but like a school bus, I guess you'd call it, and then trucked about 4 hours down the interstate to North Platte, Nebraska, to be thrown in jail, waiting for their court appearance.
About 75 of Gary's workers were arrested that day. According to the Department of Justice, 5 are now facing criminal charges for resisting arrest or assaulting officers during the raid.
Again, while being on fucking payroll, and here is the actual article from the Associated Press, Trump has since called for a curbing of immigration enforcement at farms, meatpacking plants, which is exactly what Gary fucking owns here, where all of the people involved were registered through E-Verify, paying fucking taxes, and confirmed through the E-Verify system as being eligible for employment in the United States of America. But Trump has now since wanted to curb immigration enforcement efforts at farms, meatpacking plants, hotels, and restaurants, and only those places because those seem to be the areas where he's now realized we're having a significant negative impact on the economy, because many of those areas are where you cannot find, even when paying, as Gary will talk about here, $25 to $30 an hour, double the minimum wage in the state that he's currently located in. You cannot even find high schoolers or other people to take some of those jobs. Or where even when you put out applications for additional people, at best, you'll find maybe a percentage or of over 100 applications, maybe 5 U.S. citizens who ultimately then do not want the fucking work. It's absurd. I'll pull the whole article up again here if you want to see that again from the Associated Press. But let's continue listening to Gary.
After the raid, production at Glen Valley Foods nearly ground to a halt. Gary needed to ramp up hiring, and fast. He says finding new job candidates hasn't been a problem.
The word got out, and there are people that came into my building to apply for jobs that were working in other processing plants. We had 100, we stopped taking applications at 110.
Thank you for
Of
that.
those 110 applications, Gary says only about 5 of them are from non-immigrants.
Less than 5%.
How are you thinking about hiring now, given that this has just happened and given the problems with E-Verify?
We are told to continue to E-Verify. Now, tell me the logic.
And who's telling you that?
The Department of fucking Homeland Security.
The same people that have been telling me that for 15 years. The government of the United States of America. Homeland Securities.
How does that make you feel to be told that, given what's happened?
You think I'm frustrated, I'm sad, I'm mad. I think the government let me down. The government doesn't understand. It's disgusting. It's terrible.
To be clear, he's upset because the government runs E-Verify. For anybody who's not familiar with what the E-Verify system is, E-Verify itself is a system that is ran by the government and is designed to allow, the actual website is everify.gov and is ran by the Department of Homeland Security, which allows businesses to determine the eligibility of their employees for both U.S. citizens and foreign citizens as to whether or not they're eligible for placement in these positions. So again, Gary here, running their meatpacking plant, had every single person who was detained in this raid, which included over 70 individuals, to be clear, all processed through the DHS's E-Verify system, and yet DHS was telling them they somehow then still have the authority to arrest, detain, and remove these individuals, many of which who have been fucking deported from their facility, despite following all of the legal avenues that they were told to do and are still being told to do.
It makes no sense. In this day and age of technology, are you telling me they can't determine if they're legal or not? Now, when they picked them up, they vetted them and said they weren't legal. So what's the government doing that I can't do? When I turn the paperwork and give it to the government? I don't understand it.
Are you talking to other business owners about this? Are there people
they're all upset.
And again, this seems to be a push to try to...
The DHS spokeswoman said that the president has been, quote, incredibly clear.
To try to just ramp up deportation efforts. Whether or not some of these individuals do have protected legal status, do have permanent residency, or as again, even talked about on other streams, in now more than almost a dozen cases, even U.S. citizens being detained, or in at least a half a dozen cases, being fucking deported while just being caught up in the efforts of these faceless, cowardly fucking assholes who wear full face masks or, again, full fucking tactical gear as shown. Here, once again, this is the stuff that happened last week. Like, this is live feed. Oh, maybe this isn't going to pull up. Live feed of shit that happened
Federal agents
in LA.
forced their way into a home. NBC4's Lauren Coronado joins
Fuck
us
ICE.
live from
I
the
agree with you,
neighborhood.
Jinko Fett. But this is within the last 7 days.
Good morning. Jenny Ramirez and her boyfriend and
not
kids
far
live
from
in
where
this
I
home.
live.
They're all U.S. citizens. She tells me.
Once again, also, everyone in this home. This isn't a case of like one person being a U.S. citizen, like when Donald Trump had fucking kids, or like we were just talking about, where his 3 primary children were all born to a fucking immigrant who did not have actual U.S. citizenship for years after they were born. we have
Good morning.
a
Jenny
bunch of
Ramirez
masked
and her
fucking
boyfriend and
cowards
kids live in this home. They're
putting
all
breach
US
charges
citizens.
on
She
U.S.
tells
citizen
me
homes.
A neighbor called her, telling her
And
Border Patrol was
detaining-
outside her home. She was frantic. She says she jumped out of bed. You can see she's actually in the
There's the
bedroom.
blown
there.
out
You
fucking
now see
door,
shattered
the blown out
glass
fucking
here.
window.
Her neighbor told her Border
Let's
Patrol was outside.
watch these
We're
pieces of
actually
shit
working to
blow
talk
open
with
a
Border
U.S.
Patrol to
citizen's
find out
home.
more about their role in this situation. But Jenny tells me she jumped out of bed with her 1-year-old kid to check on her 6-year-old, and then she heard a
1-year-old and
loud
6-year-old.
explosion.
Also U.S. citizens.
I just heard the loudest,
Mask,
the
mask,
loudest,
mask,
the
mask.
loudest blast in my life. I told him, you guys didn't
Mask,
have
mask,
to do this.
mask,
You
mask.
scared my
Night vision
son, my
goggles,
baby,
night vision goggles. Full
and myself.
ARs, night vision
We were
goggles,
on the
face
floor in the
masks.
hallway. It was horrible.
This is
Visibly
the U.S.
still
we live in now.
shaken. I spoke with Jenny Ramirez about an hour and a half after federal agents forced
Masked,
their way
masked,
into her
masked,
home here
masked,
on Flower
masked,
Street in Highland
masked,
Park.
masked,
A little after
masked
6 a.m.
ATV,
Agents
full-blown
could be seen
fucking
using
military
what appeared to be
vehicles.
explosive breaching equipment to
Yeah.
get inside,
Blowing open
and
the front
even
door,
sent a
blowing
drone.
open the fucking
Ramirez
window.
says
More
nobody
masks,
knocked,
more
and
masks,
before
more
she
masks,
knew
more
it,
masks. Oh,
at
look,
least
there's
10
one person
agents rushed
not wearing
into
a
her
fucking
home,
face
with
mask.
several others around the perimeter. Ramirez says she was told they were looking for her
Yeah,
boyfriend.
in the middle of
and that when she
fucking
asked
day,
why,
while also,
they wouldn't
again,
tell her. But she
fully
thinks
covering their
it might
faces,
be connected
not
to a
wearing
crash
identifying
they were involved
information,
in the
not
city
being
of Bell
willing to
last
identify anything.
Friday.
And this all coming despite them knowing that both homeowners were U.S. citizens, coming because they reported them for hitting their
Ramirez and her
fucking
family are in the
vehicle
black Jeep.
or
She
being
says
involved
they
in
were
a,
the area
you know,
when an immigration
in some
raid
type of
started. They
accident.
tried to leave.
There's not a whole lot of
Ramirez says
details
the
on what
blue
happened
truck
here.
carrying federal agents
The day
stopped
before or 2
sharply
days
in front
before,
of them.
while they were
Ramirez's
trying to
boyfriend,
carry
who
out,
was
once
driving
again,
the Jeep,
from
tried to stop in
more
time, but hit
masked
the truck.
fucking
The truck
fat fuck individuals, and I get that I'm now, saying things I probably shouldn't comment on their weight, even if it looks like the goddamn straps on that bulletproof vest and their face mask in the middle of the goddamn day outside of a fucking Home Depot are just dying to fucking give way. But why do we need these fat fucks in front of a Home Depot just
reversed into Ramirez
wearing
and her
bulletproof
family.
vests and
She says
full-blown
agents
fucking
tried to take
tactical
her
gear?
boyfriend
Look at
then,
that shit.
But
Like,
eventually told them they were free to leave. Ramirez says she filed a
They
police
knew these
report and
people were
filed a
U.S.
claim with her
citizens when they
insurance.
blew their
And while
fucking
she
front
waits to
door
find
and their
out
windows
what
off.
happens next,
They
she
were
has this
targeted
message
because they
for
pushed
those
back.
coordinating operations.
Hell yeah. Thank you,
Thank you for
Carlos
the sub,
JVC,
Carlos.
for the sub.
Before you do anything, please make sure that the people are not getting hurt. There's children. There's innocent people. I know you're against criminals, but we are
Resub!
not
Carlos has been one of the
criminals,
biggest
not the whole
supporters
world is criminals.
since the beginning. Their founding member. Once again, still masked. Fully face masked. Like,
Now,
explain
I
to me
was with
again
Ramirez
why
this
people
morning
doing
when
this kind of
her
stuff need to be fully masked. Or again, if we go back to even just the conversation from, like, this raid, which we can pull up the full details of if you want to, and talk about even the curbing of enforcement at farms, meatpacking plants, hotels, and restaurants. This is someone who was targeted specifically as well. And why the Journal, a partnership between the Wall Street Journal and Associated Press, as well as Spotify, focused on this, because this is what's referenced right here, where ICE made more than 70 arrests at a food packaging plant in Omaha, Nebraska, the owner of Glen Valley Foods, who we're listening to right now, was enrolled in a program to verify workers' immigration status, and where every single person who was arrested was verified through this immigration status verification program provided by the Department of fucking Homeland Security. So, if anyone wants to look at the articles or the details here, sorry, once again, I did test positive for COVID yesterday. They arrested more than half of its workforce and reduced it to less than 20% or about 30% capacity as a business not only scrambled to hire more workers, but where when they put out a hire, only 5 of over 110 applications were from non-immigrants. So it's not that these are things that are going to be taken over by U.S. citizens. Full maskers avoid being recognized. Right, but their argument for that is that they're afraid of like cartels or something, despite being on U.S. soil and actual Department of Homeland Security, or the same thing even for the LAPD, which happened during LAPD, which once again is even right here. Well, ICE presence in Los Angeles, like these are all things that have happened. And even in this fucking photo, these are United States Marines arresting an Army veteran who was just trying to go to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Well, not just fuck the LAPD. Again, these are U.S. Marines arresting an Army veteran trying to go to a federal building which they claim they were protecting, but which that individual just literally walked up to. And they claim that they, like, stepped over a protected line, where, once again, even when we look at these fuckers, they're not showing their face. Cowards. Absolute fucking cowards. All of them. Fuck all of them. If you actually serve and defend the Constitution of the United States, like, to be clear, I do know, love, and support, and thank all of those who have given service in a way that does defend the Constitution of the United States, that does defend the American people, and that does support what the Constitution is meant to protect, do deserve praise. I'm not going to, back down from that. Even if they do become a little bit overweight, like, I shouldn't give any fat hate or anything, even if when we're looking at some of those videos we were just looking at, some of those individuals couldn't even clearly strap their full bulletproof vests around their fucking waists while trying to detain U.S. citizens. To avoid retaliation from activists and groups, cartels don't give a fuck. Deported migrants, immigrants, and cartels, bread and butter. Yeah. Gravy seals is a good way to put it. But again, this whole thing, or the reason I'm playing this directly from the owner of this packing plant, which I'm going to finish this last segment here before I go off the fucking rails, is that the DHS, Department of Homeland Security spokespeople, are still telling the owner of this plant, which has not only been directly targeted, but referenced in these exact raids where over half of their fucking workforce was detained. I mean, this, again, is the packing plant that was referenced here. That's how I found out about it. Through AP News information. Was raided anyways, even though every single person detained was put through the Department of Homeland Security E-Verify system. And what's their additional follow-up on this?
The spokeswoman said that the president has been, quote, incredibly clear. She added that worksite enforcement remains a high priority. Trump has said that his goal, with some of these policy decisions, is to open up these jobs in industries like yours to U.S. citizens, to America.
Make America great again. We're going to return these jobs back to citizens, as though every fucking high schooler or anybody I know, even if offered $20 or $25 an hour, which is, again, even less than what they were talking about at Gary's plant, or when talking about, as looking at these articles, this plant was paying up to $30 an hour for some of these roles. I don't know many people who are looking to work in the meat packing or in some of these farming and agricultural industries, especially during summer months, for even those types of wages. But let's just continue hearing it from the owner themselves.
Americans will not do the job, and I think I'm qualified to make that statement by virtue of this being my second meat processing company. So I've got a track record of 40 years, and I know that Americans will not do the job. The government doesn't understand. This is not new. This has been going on since 1982 when I got in the business. This is many years going on. And you're telling me the government doesn't understand that Americans don't want to do this type of work? They might if I pay them $40-50 an hour.
Double the 25 to 30.
Because if you pay somebody enough money, they'll do anything. But then what is that going to do to the end product at the retail level? If you talk about inflation, this is going to be inflation going to the moon.
And again, Trump's whole thing with a lot of this is we needed lower egg prices. We needed lower grocery prices. I don't know, man, this whole situation has to be blackpilled after Trump got his big, beautiful bill passed. It hasn't been fully passed yet. We're only going to see more death and destruction. I'm worried that whether we don't see all of that passed or not, we're only going to see more death and destruction. The fact that there are even Republicans now pushing back on things included in their big, beautiful bill, which again, when Trump was campaigning, he claimed was going to balance the budget, reduce the overall deficit, and as even discussed earlier, when you're looking at their current plans for their current big, beautiful bill, is trying to increase the debt ceiling, add additional spending, while essentially just trying to cover for tax incentives to the ultra fucking wealthy. So it's insane. Where once again, every person detained on this was put through the E-Verify system. Every person detained in this raid was paying fucking taxes. They get paid $25 to $30 an hour on paper. Reality is something different. Sometimes, not all the time, their employers take 40% of their pay as extortion not to report them. No, Sogol, no. Soige, like, that is not the case here. Every person outlined in this article, which is why I also show exactly what happened here, this packaging plant, every person was on payroll, which means they weren't being extorted. There wasn't some kind of under-the-table kind of cash thing. This was over 70 arrests that happened this last month at a food packaging company in Omaha, where the company was enrolled in a program to verify workers' immigration status, where every person was put through E-Verify. And again, for those who aren't familiar with what E-Verify is, let's just take a fucking look, because it's an actual DHS program that allows businesses to determine the eligibility of their fucking workers. So we now have people where, once again, the title of this whole thing is, I'm thinking I'm 100% legal, and then ICE raided his company. Omaha food plant owner says he followed the rules for hiring immigrants and was raided anyway. So this isn't just like some restaurant or some small place that was under the table saying, I'm going to take half your wages because I want to avoid reporting taxes. These were people paying fucking taxes on payroll reported to the Department of Homeland Security. Like, this is
In other words,
or once again, yeah, if the whole point of doing all this is to somehow lower cost to Americans or provide some better, better job placement for Americans, as this person's mentioning, I don't know anybody, myself included, to be fucking fully clear here, who wanted to work in the fucking farm fields or who wanted to, like, start, working in a fucking meat packaging plant for even if double the minimum wage for 14, 16 hours a day. Like,
do anything. But then what is that going to do to the end product at the retail
and again,
level?
If we do start
if you
paying
talk
these
about
crazy
inflation,
rates,
this is going to be inflation.
How's that going to make it
the
cheaper for the average American at the grocery store?
Prices will go sky high.
The point is cruelty. This isn't bread. Well, but the people voting clearly don't seem to understand
works, ma'am.
I have a question, but I feel like I'm going to get absolutely timed out to Shadowland if I say it. Well, ask it in a way that's not hateful, Mountain
And
Fear.
so that would be catastrophic. That'd be unbelievable. And the wages they're getting now are fair. They're very fair.
Again, $25 to $30 an hour.
Are you worried about more raids?
I don't. At this point, I don't know anything. I mean, I really don't. I thought I had everything under control. I thought E-Verify was legal. I don't know what to think. The government tells me one thing, and then the next day or two, or they tell me another thing. They told me it works. Now they tell me it doesn't work. And then number three, they tell me, well, guess what they tell me now?
What?
Keep doing it. Keep doing it. It doesn't work, but keep doing it.
We don't have a better fucking solution. We don't have a better answer. Keep using our shitty system that we claim is broken.
For the government to just...
But instead, let's just keep raiding your fucking businesses, even if you're using the systems that we provided, again, from the Department of Homeland Security. Like, this system is designed by the people who are conducting these fucking raids and approving them. I'm going to try to not make it in a hateful sentence. That shouldn't be a difficult thing to do, Mountain Fear. If you have a question about what's happening, there should be an easy way to not make it hateful.
Country was founded on is for the government to just simply understand.
Am I in the wrong for not wanting a women with a dingling? Not only is that not grammatically correct, I don't know what the fuck you're asking about. And yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. So outside of any Twitch or other related things, like, I will time you out if you just try to interrupt what we're talking about right now with some kind of stupid fucking bullshit that you can't even apparently make grammatically correct. I like that you've participated in a lot of streams and seem to be a genuinely decent person in most cases, but what the fuck are you asking right now? Learn fucking basic grammar before you ask stupid fucking questions.
And that this country was founded on immigration, people coming into this country. I mean, we need these people, especially for this type of industry, more than ever. And so I'm at a loss for words as to why the government doesn't understand this. It's chaotic. It's unbelievable.
It's been more than 2 weeks since the raid halted production lines at Gary's plant. Today, he's operating at 25% capacity.
Which is even worse than the last article we showed.
Hire outside.
And where, again, this person directly, when even reported by Associated Press, was only at 30% capacity, and where every person picked up was under E-Verify. And if you watch the video, it's even more frustrating because, again, you have a bunch of fucking masked cowards performing these kinds of actions, which have been happening not only throughout LA and all kinds of other areas, but where even Trump now seems to be backing down from the shit that they were saying last week because they realize the negative impact this is having in apparently only places like farms, meatpacking plants, hotels, and restaurants, even if that's not the only area where especially protected legal migrants or legal immigrants, even those with green card status. Like, the fact that there have been multiple people deported who aren't just U.S. citizens, but with green card status is absurd. And even more absurd where, once again, this is coming from a person who's been married to multiple immigrants, or where even when looking at the statements from their children, Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric were all born to immigrant Ivana, who did not become a U.S. citizen until years after even the youngest child was born. Don Jr., who likes to talk about this shit as though they're some kind of like pure blood fucking perfect American, was born 11 years before their mother even obtained citizenship themselves. And at that point, Trump had even already actually moved on. He's had 3 wives, actually, especially if you're a Christian person who wants to claim that, you know, divorce is something that can also send you to hell. But without getting into the details of all of that, and including even the immigration status of Trump's current wife, the person who is sitting in the White House with him, who also came here on special immigration status and is also a fucking immigrant, these are things that shouldn't be said negatively. Again, to be clear, I'm fully in support, as we heard even in that overview, of how dependent this nation and how much this nation was built on immigration. Pure blood, perfect American person equals white. But even outside of that, again, Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric, all born to a fucking immigrant directly. Or, again, even JD Vance's wife, born to fucking immigrants. Make it make sense, folks. But on top of that, we have even more fucked up shit. And again, we're not even diving deep into the tour and details tying into alligator Alcatraz and all of that nonsense, which are essentially just scare tactics against people who literally helped build this country, even when we're talking about the president and vice president's extended families. But you also have, this is from today. I admit, some of the information we just presented is from, 4 days ago, or maybe five days ago, a month ago. But here's what's happening even today. You now have the White House also taking down not just top climate reports, but trying to kill entire programs that talk about the effects of climate change. Cannot reach this site. You cannot tell me that this is somehow good for the average American when we're starting to already see in June, or even today as of July 1st, record-breaking temperatures, record-breaking storm surges, record-breaking climate change-related, weather events that the administration just wants to hide. Again, how is this good for the average American? Even if you're some kind of fucking idiot who believes the earth is 6,000 years old or that Jesus rode fucking dinosaurs, tell me how taking down actual climate reports that compile data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or the compiled data from even just weather stations throughout the United States, how is that good for average Americans? Because the reasoning seems to be that the Trump administration is just upset that this doesn't match the messaging that they've provided. I just, I'm getting worked up. And again, I have COVID right now. So if you look at the news, please tell me how some of these tax and spending cuts are good for the average American. Please tell me how cutting out any type of climate assessments that are compiled, once again, from a nonpartisan set of groups from throughout the entire nation. News also had me in bad mood. It's not just a bad mood. It's the reason I started talking about this shit a year ago and started starting my streams, I guess that's still technically correct, with NPR. This is terrifying from just a information-based perspective. If you care about the information you're able to consume, or if, again, your biggest worries are about the effects of these types of things on the economy, how the fuck does this stuff that's happening right now make anything better for anyone who doesn't already have a fucking $1 billion in the bank? Can anyone answer that? Because the more I talk about this with people who did vote for these assholes, the more they tend to just shut down or be like, oh, okay, you fucking liberal. They tend to just turn into fucking some caricature of a Fox News commentator, many of which, even when you're talking about people like fucking Tucker Carlson, are now rallying against some of this shit too. Or again, even when you're talking about Elon Musk, person who led Doge and led to the firing of even programs that I was interested in working for in the last 24 months myself. Since streaming, I literally flew to another state and interviewed for a position that no longer exists due to Doge. And yet you still even now have Elon rallying against some of this stuff. And again, I also used to work for fucking Elon. So no, it's not trickle-down economics. It's trickle-down stupidity. It's that the hope is that you just can piss on all the people lower than you, and that at some point they just won't realize they're fucking drinking piss. But I'm trying to talk about it calmly. I'm trying to display only fact-based information. And when I say trying, I think I'm actually doing a very good job. That's trickle-down economics in a nutshell. Yeah, there's whole, like, things about that. Trickle-down economics, PE comic. Like, there's a whole thing about that. Not seeing the one I want. New Yorker. Yeah, I'm not seeing the one that I want. But basically something like this. Anyways, I don't like that even shortly after the period where I did probably have exposure and obtained COVID last week, I saw straight up ATVs and a bunch of militarized people. I don't know whether they were Marines, National Guard, fucking just random fucking hoodlums, or people dressing up and LARPing as ICE agents or ICE agents themselves, arresting people who even the current president is now apparently trying to roll back things on because they realize they're negatively impacting the fucking economy. And it's once again sad as we listen to for 6 minutes of what is a much longer interview. For anybody who is interested, I highly encourage you to listen to the whole interview on I'm Thinking I'm 100% Legal. If you also want to listen, as I have, from multiple Marketplace episodes, like if you want to listen to some of the more recent ones, tying especially into Glen Valley Foods and other types of economic downturns that are being directly tied to uncertainty in hiring, or the fact that California in particular, where I live, and Nebraska, where Glen Valley Foods and other places are located, are significantly like tied to and reliant upon immigration efforts, or where once again, even Glen Valley Foods, an Omaha-based food packaging plant that had all of their employees on E-Verify, a DHS system, like, they're not going to be able to replace that workforce with people who are U.S. citizens, or without significantly increasing wages to 3-4 times minimum wage, which, tying back to inflation and the cost of housing and cost of education and many other things, we should probably be at a national level anyways, but which, if you go back to the 1950s, taxes on the ultra-wealthy over time. Let's look at that. On wealthy over time. Like, if you go back to the 1950s, tax the rich, we did that once. Inequality.org. Tax Foundation. Like, in the 1950s, we had over a 25% tax on people who were considered in the top tax bracket. In 1950s, under Republican President Dwight D. Eisenhower, we made no move to knock down. The top rate had been hovering over a 90% tax rate. In 1940, federal tax rate on income over $200,000 started at 66%. By 1944, the top tax rate on all income over $200,000, about $3.4 million in today's dollars, had jumped 94%. So, like, somehow we've taken the top marginal rate down, and they're then like, why aren't we receiving more money in federal funds? While also increasing the wealth of literal billionaires by hundreds or thousands of percent over the last decade. This shit isn't rocket science. Like, you can look at multiple sources for this. Did the rich really pay much higher taxes in the 50s? Average tax rates by pre-tax income group. Top 1% has gone down over time. This shit, I don't know. We're entering into wild territory that is hard to discuss calmly because, again, as you have this happening, you have literal National Guard and U.S. Marines arresting U.S. citizens, or even as shown in this, which itself is less than 3 weeks old, U.S. Marines arresting not just a U.S. citizen, but a fucking Army veteran for just trying to go to the Department of Veteran Affairs. You have significant portions of workforces that are registered, not only paying taxes, but registered through Department of Homeland Security systems like E-Verify, destroying U.S.-owned businesses. E-Verify is an online U.S. Department of Homeland Security system launched in the 1990s that allows employers to check if potential employees can work legally in the U.S. And that's what we just listened to. It was somebody frustrated that their business has now essentially been ground to a halt because a significant portion of their business was raided and arrested even though they followed the fucking rules. This makes sense to me for anybody who voted for the current administration. How is this making America great again? How is this lowering the price of eggs? How is this lowering the price of fucking anything? How are the tariffs lowering the price of anything? Despite the thousands of lies, at least hundreds of lies, about like other countries paying for tariffs, which Trump has continued to state, even all the way up through the most recent like UN summit. That is not how tariffs work. Tariffs are paid by those who import the goods. Like, that's how, by definition, they work. It is a import tax, which means the people importing those goods, people on the U.S. side, are the ones who pay that fucking tax. It's in the first fucking sentence of the goddamn definition. I don't know. I'm losing my shit. And on top of this, we have platforms like Twitch and YouTube and many others that don't seem to give a flying fuck about hateful, harassing bullshit, which is what we started our stream talking about, that perpetuates for years. For at least 12, or now I guess we're technically in our 13th month. So I understand why many people don't talk about these types of things. Or why even I myself, when talking about how some of those who are tied to enforcement actions can't even fit inside their fucking bulletproof vests, and where I may make certain statements that, even if not hateful in nature, tie to how frustrating it is to see taxpayer dollars or certain things tying into these types of programs dedicated towards, instead of helping people in a long-term planning. And what we do know from many economic policies or other first world nations that don't have as low of education or STEM scores or many other things that we currently have here in the US, which don't make us the greatest nation in the world unless you're looking at fucking defense spending. Like, those are the things I feel like we should be focusing on, and not just how many fucking battleships or gunships or fucking B-2 bombers we can put in the air at a moment's notice. But let's see if we can find the cat again. He does not seem to be currently present. I'm also going to take a small break, grab another drink, and we can continue on with our commentary, or maybe get into some games. I don't know. Are there any games that are there any multiplayer games or collaborative games people want to play? I got on even late last night. But unless there's anything people want to play collaboratively, I am tempted to just dive back into Dune. You took my marbles away. Ooh, marbles should be able to come back, Sky. I did not mean to make that permanent. I meant to actually tie that into StreamerBot and make it so that if there were like less than 7 or 10 people here. Primarily because, honestly, to be fair, even when you joined and we did the marbles, we only had like 4 people, and you weren't even one of them for a large portion of the last marbles run. So if you're gonna redeem it, at least fucking be here for it. Is that too much to ask? Except for the tilts. Yeah, I think that's what turned a lot of people off.
There were a few people who joined in, and then we started doing tilts, and everybody dipped out. All right, I'll look into that. I do need to go grab another drink, though, because our drink is completely empty. No mas. So we're going to go refill. Tilts, you have to be there for every board. I'm still new to all the marble stuff. I don't know the difference between all of it. Okay. I'll go see if I can find the cat too, though. Because the kitty cat, I know, is also what a lot of people are here for. Alright, I am back. And we have the kitty back. He was actually laying right underneath the couch. Like a little asshole. Okay, so what are we doing? Pokecatch. It is the Steam summer sale right now. I'm tempted to buy all kinds of stupid shit I don't need. On top of owning hundreds of games I haven't even played. Oh shit. Did he already leave? That lasted 5 seconds. Okay. If there's no multiplayer interest, I suppose I'll just return to Dune. Oh my god! There's so many things on the sale list I've had on my wish list for a while, though. This is how I get in trouble, as I start looking at this shit. Here, fuck it. There's so many things here. What do you mean, what I got? My entire wish list is on sale right now. Including the Nier series. Which I've been told from multiple people I would absolutely love. Viewfinder. Lies of P. I also would love to get this. I really wish the more recent fucking Flight Simulator wasn't trash. Like the fact that, yeah, most recent Microsoft Flight Simulator has like horrible reviews and people getting all pissed off. Cultist Lamb game is cool too. There's so many on here that are cool. I've had some of these on my wish list since 2017. 2016 actually for this. I've had it on my wish list for 9 years. But then again, I own uh 1,800 games, not all of which I have played. I actually need to update this. I really liked Green Hell. Yeah, I did. I still haven't finished the DLC for that. But I'm a big survival crafting fan. So that was hard not to like. Good question. When did I play that last? Minus the last 2 fucking broadcasts that we haven't published because of hatred. Oh, maybe I haven't played it. Okay. I thought I played it in like the last couple of months. We can look on YouTube instead. Your videos. I last played that in March. March 15th. So 4 months ago. Ish. 3.5 months ago. But the first time I ever played it was that like month before that. Yeah, Green Hell very first time was March 4th. Hoping we can find Jackson again. Does not look like he's going to be present. I also didn't realize I, like, cut myself or whatever the fuck's happening, like... We'll just blame that on COVID too. Blame it all on COVID. Okay. We could also do a very bad thing. No, let's... Okay, instead of doing a bad thing, let's just continue making progress, at least in something we have been playing. I think it's a better way to continue on with the world. We are still in the middle of trying to do a hitless run on Batman Arkham Asylum, as well as a deathless run on Sifu. So my thought was maybe we fire up one of those. I could do it. We can do a poll. What do people want to see? You want to see me play Dune? Sifu? Shit, I also have Flux on. Dune, Sifu?
I dream.
One of those charisma runs on Fallout 4? Ooh, I haven't played Fallout 4 in a long time. When did I last play Fallout 4? I did play the shit out of Fallout 4 on both PlayStation and PC. Yeah, I have 286 hours on PC after playing it also on PlayStation. But I haven't played it since January 26, 2019. More Salvation Army Star Wars? So, guy, did you have a recommendation? You can't talk shit about what I choose if you don't suggest alternatives. I think that's a fair way to approach the situation, right? Like, I asked for feedback first, but you can't then fault me for going back on what I have been playing if you don't offer alternatives. Metal Gear Solid 5 100% single run segment. Fuck out of here. You're dead. Dune is always the right choice. I should play some more Metal Gear Solid 5. I'm also very excited for Metal Gear Solid Delta. I also need to play Death Stranding. I really want to get Death Stranding too. If anything, I've been just convincing myself not to do that. But this comes out soon too, right? August. Yeah, August 28th. All right, I need to redo the entire storage system that we have. Oh shit, I didn't update my title either. Desert yapping. Dune. How long does the... Oh, it does actually continue on for a while. August 26th, if you pay $20 extra. Yeah, it's only 2 days. 2 gifts. Actually, let's do this. Let's pin this instead of 2 gift subs equals fucking go tell PC. Boom. Let's pin this. Pinned. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Oh man, I'm starting to sound a little raspy. That's what happens when you test positive for COVID. No, we're fine. Okay. So my inventory is completely fucked. So we need to figure out a new way to do that. But the cool part is, oh yeah, fuck, we got gate locked by the wings. Shit, I forgot about that. Losing your voice there, brother? Well, if you didn't see it earlier, yeah, we took a test last night. Focus, camera. We tested positive for COVID last night. Is this COVID thing you got? New strain? I don't fucking know. I mean, I've had like 5 vaccinations, so at this point it better be a new strain. If it's an old strain, I'll be mad. But on the flip side, our immune system is peak. I'm not experiencing many symptoms. He loses his voice yelling at kids on his lawn. I mean, I did just get pretty worked up about the current state of affairs in the U.S. system. But this is something that sucks, though, because I made... Where are they? We have this fucking quest, and I read about this online, and there are people who put in bug reports about this exact thing, saying there's, like, no way to fix this without just, like, crafting them all at once and sitting there. Oh, well, never mind. That seemed to clear out the quest immediately. So maybe they fixed it. I'm glad I tried that, because, yeah, that was the only other thing I'd read, was, like, try and put all of them in your inventory. And that worked. Okay. So, what are the other main quests we need to do? Are those Orny wings? Let's go! Oh, Ryzen, did you not see? We made an ornithopter. Yeah, we're in the skies now. The Orny's not in perfect shape. We've already done some stupid shit with it. And took it into a sandstorm. But we've been Paul Atreides-ing ourselves all over the map. But there are a couple of quests I need to do that are fairly far out. So I think we try and work our way through the hard quests. This one doesn't have a location. That doesn't have a location. I don't have the radiation suit. I think we work our way through the quests I've had for a while that we just haven't done. Wait, how do I make a spice mask? Is that equipment? Garments? Spice mask. I have plenty of those resources. Easy mode activated. I still haven't traveled outside the world map, though. And my other bases that we did have were consumed by the sandstorm. In fact, I probably need to get more fuel cells. Do I need to, like, track this thing? Equip a spice mask. Harvest spice with a static compactor while wearing the spice mask. God damn it. Oh my god, I hate this. Okay. Like, half of these quests just require me to carry more shit. Travel to Imperial Testing Station number 142. Maybe we can find some spice on the way there. 2 metaphorical birds with 1 stone. And take an extra fuel cell. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Are you building a Centennial Hawk space shuttle? Kind of. Oops, I meant to do pokecatch. Alright, where am I going though? $142. What? Why is 142 not marked? Shit. 117. I feel like I've already been there. Why is it not marked though? It'd be great if they were also like in order. Like, why is 29 next to fucking 63? 17? 60? Like, they didn't seem to follow a logical order. I don't see 142 at all. 197. $10. Yeah, 76. 117. Where the fuck is 142? Eastern Shield Wall. Yeah, we have all these, like, nebulous tasks. We're not even... I know that off the top. I mean, I can just look it up. Where the fuck is 142? 142. Fuck. That doesn't even help at all. Apparently it's near the wall. House last words. Testing station 142. Okay, what is that near? Can I just not... Can I make this like a larger view? Oh, now it's gone. Wow. Okay, so it's this one. I'm just wasting fuel here too. Oh yeah, cat. Our usual miles or kilometers fall short when measuring the cosmos. What unit Tied to the universe's ultimate speed limit do astronomers use? Parsecs? Light years? I'm pretty sure light years is the actual answer. Oh, the cat is back. One moment while we waste additional fuel. Quadrant. It's definitely not quadrants. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's the link. I think it's light years. Especially since it says tied to the universe's ultimate speed limit, which is the speed of light. C. Alright, here's the Eastern Shield Wall. I'm still not sure where that other thing for the quest mentioned the Eastern Shield Wall was supposed to be. Light years are the standard cosmic distance. Light years, the distance light zips through the Earth in 1 year. Nearly 6 trillion miles. Uh-oh. I probably should have repaired all my shit first, too. Yep, there's bad dudes here. Okay. Is there an enclosed space I can land this? Oh no, why don't I have any ammo? Oh no, I probably put all my shit away. Oh my god. I don't have any repair shit either. Okay. Melee it is. We don't have any.
I see someone.
Well, maybe this isn't the smartest way to do it. I don't have any, bandages either. Why is that not working?
Shields up.
Ah, fuck. Bandage? Oh, I don't have my fucking blood containers either? Oh my god. I must have dumped all my stuff. MK4 extractor. It's way better than what we have now. Yeah, I'm guessing this is gonna go in a ways too.
Someone's here. I need backup.
Interloper. Go fuck yourself. I could try to put their bodies on the ship, which wouldn't be a horrible idea since we're gonna need to extract more water soon. I wonder if I can drop the ship down in there though. We could try. Okay. I really wish I could break the windows too. Why am I so reliant on glass already being broken? Okay.
Identify yourself.
Come at me.
Greetings from Hassel Seraphim, Director of Desert Testing Station number 142. The mission of Station 142 is to explore this planet's seismic and volcanic history and outlook. We are further responsible for surveys intended to locate potentially valuable resources. This location is being not only ideal for deep seismic probes, but also because it rests on several rich mineral deposits which can be tapped for use by this and other stations, thereby avoiding the high cost and long delays associated with space transport.
I can always drop that if I don't need it later.
I see someone.
Are they T-posing?
Someone's here.
For the revolution!
For the revolution!
Grenade out!
That's not good. One at a time, please. I am bushed. Going to hit the bed. Have a good stream. I'll be lurking. All right. Thank you for hanging out, Ryzen. We'll catch you later. Take care. Hope you sleep well. Now we have a meeting.
I see someone.
Wait, what am I doing here? Why is this all cleared now? I've definitely never been here before. Why does that quest look cleared out?
Halt. This is Sandfly.
Who are you?
Don't ask questions. Yeah, I definitely should have brought heavy ammo. Fuck.
Eyes on target.
Fuck.
Reload.
Let's go. Nice.
Reveal yourself.
Who's there?
Identify yourself.
I need help. Ripping it.
Come at me. This is a weird grenade throw. How dare you hit me? Stop rolling. All right, finally starting to get some loot. And some heavy darts. Oh shit, I can't go back. Fuck. I didn't realize this was a one-way thing.
Enemy sighted.
Fuck.
We see you.
Fuck! Let me block it. There we go.
Shields on. We got some. Need to reload.
God damn it, no way! Bullshit! There we go.
With the acquisition of those schematics, we should be able to begin full-scale fabrication of both Atreides and Harkonnen weaponry. How fitting that their own designs will be turned against them. Of course, the acquisition of enough scrap or raw materials needed to produce sufficient weapons would risk drawing unwanted attention. Fortunately, the caves below are proving a rich source of most of the mineral resources required. In that, we see the superior planning of our great leader. With the Red Scorpion's guidance, we will soon have the heavy weapons and fighting vehicles we need to start the revolution in earnest. In the name of the people.
Interesting. Where's the meeting? How dare. Yeah, our shotgun's almost cooked. I feel like I'm also gonna just drop this copper ore since it's not that useful compared to other things we could get. It is everywhere, though. Hello.
Where's my backup?
Come on. Ah, fuck. I do wish the, like, teleport behind them thing was a little bit more powerful. Fuck. God damn it. This might be very bad, actually. Every time I feel like I use that, I just get... Well... It doesn't seem to be a perfect use. Alright, we're at least inside.
Greetings from Hassel Seraphim, Director of Desert Testing Station.
My friends, had enough of the toil and hazards of spice harvesting? Tired of grinding your fingers to the bone so the nobles may feast while your family starves? Isn't it time some of that hard-won wealth is returned to you and yours? The Sandflies are a brotherhood of honest and loyal Dunemen like you, who are simply sick and tired of breaking our backs for the wealthy, while our loved ones suffer and die. Join us and help to share the spoils of Dune amongst those who risk their lives to harvest it. Dunemen, be a force for change. Join the Sandflies today, in the name of the people! Howard, we had a good thing going here, but you pushed it too far. You started to believe your own speeches. I thought you were smarter than that. Well, I was in Harko yesterday.
Who doesn't believe their own
and a pair of
speeches?
Harkonnen officers talking about the movement and mentioning the Red Scorpion. Not the Sandflies, but the Red Scorpion specifically. I know you like the attention, and now you're going to reap what you sow. If you're lucky, the house troopers will find you before the horde of Solari-hungry mercenaries. Me, I'm going back to the smugglers. Good luck, Red Scorpion.
I got you!
Scratch one.
Eyes on hostile.
Fuck off. Oh, that must be what took me down before. Whatever the hell that shotter move is. Jackson looks so cute.
Everybody, the water is mine.
Where'd that other person go? Oh, they're right there. Oh, there's two more?
Eyes on hostile.
Leveled up too. Let's go. Yeah, we're about to be full.
Who's that? There's some reveal yourself. I got you.
Phalanx.
Our time is near. And while the Harkonnen and Atreides enjoy the privileges of Canley to indulge their ancient feuds, workers die in the fields, gathering the very wealth that supports them. Without us, they are nothing. They are few, we are legion. We are the people. And in the name of the people, I say it's time they take warning. It is time they learn this is Arrakis. Anything that you tread upon can be lethal. When a scorpion is ground into heel, it strikes back. And its sting is deadly. Soon we will have the strength to show them. Soon we will have the strength to strike. And strike we will. In the name of the Red Scorpion. In the name of the Sandflies. And in the name of the people.
There we go. That doesn't leave me with a ton of honor. Oh, fuck. I do wish the grenades seemed to hurt them as much as they hurt me whenever I'm close to them. That does not seem to be the case. Come on.
Sandflies unite!
How dare you! All right, still doing okay?
Over the last year, we have confirmed that quakes are quite common, as we assumed would be the case given the Horst and Graben landscape present in the region. I am confident that deeper, more extensive Grabens exist beyond the confines of the shield wall, but these have long since filled with dust and sand. Dr. Ehlers, over at the Sandworm Research Facility, believes that such deep desert grabens may serve as breeding grounds for sandworms large enough to thwart the specimens found here in the Urg. A terrifying prospect indeed.
Got an observer floor? Hell yeah, let's go!
Activity.
Reveal yourself.
No, yeah, I mean, I did see that there are some benefits to some of those. Like, I saw some people saying that you can put, like, storage containers and some things under them that you can't with the other ones. But I haven't tested any of that myself yet. But you're welcome. Like, I guess you can fit certain components underneath them.
We've got it coming.
I don't know if it'll be patched out. Ah, fuck. I think it's just how the game works. Fuck. Woo! Come closer. really burning now. I'm not burning. Let's have our shields back up. We've got this. Go to hell. Nice. But yeah, I can see if I can find it and post it in Discord later. But I saw there being like some people saying some of the observer components are actually super useful for certain base design elements for putting like the medium storage containers or certain things that are them. Oh man, all of my guns are almost broken, which is not ideal. Fuck! Come closer. God damn it, stop throwing grenades at me. Suck my dick. There we go. I do wish there was a way to like repair some of this stuff on the fly too. Which there doesn't really seem to be a way to do. Like, it's nice having the repair station, but it'd be even better if I could repair on the fly.
Who's there?
Fuck. That looks like an identification, man.
Someone's here.
Fuck! This is very bad. No! That's not good. Oh, this is so far back.
Greetings from Hassel Seraph, Director of Desert.
I'm worried some of those other people may have even respawned since then. I think this is the way we went. $130 down. Yeah, at least all these people didn't seem to respawn.
There's someone here. Who's there?
Why can't I climb up on that? And I don't have my fucking shield. Why is my shield doing nothing? Is my shield cooked? The fuck? Oh, my shield is cooked.
Enemy sighted.
Oh, this is very bad if I don't have a shield. I didn't know my shield was fucked. No wonder we died. Hound him? I want to switch over to pokecatch. How's my fucking shield broken? All right, come at me. Come at me. I don't think this is something I can fix on the fly. Yeah, Yeah, shield is broken. Can only be repaired at a station. Fuck. Okay. Oh, we're so deep into this. I don't want to leave. Can I do this without a shield? Seems extremely irresponsible. Both of my guns are also already almost broken. Gotta run from the guns. Yeah, it's gonna eat me. This is so irresponsible. But sunk cost fallacy. We're in too deep. Can't quit now. Why is this dude taking so many hits?
Eyes on enemy.
What the fuck? I've hit that dude like 6 times. Come on, little buddy. Seriously. It'd be great if somebody else dropped a fucking shield. I can't believe this is working, actually. I should have some other health packs. Yeah, just these. Don't you heal, motherfucker? Okay, so this should be the ID band that we need to get into the area on the side. Yes, very nice. No additional shields, though. Fuck.
It's all gone bad. How did I not see this coming? I should have kept it small, worked in the shadows. Tanks and doctors, what was I thinking? Of course that was going to draw attention. Now it's just like the Duke's household all over again. I wanted to rise too far, too fast. And wouldn't my old comrades like to get a hold of Turgenhauer again? I'd be better off left to the tender mercies of the Harkonnen. Look, I'll find a way out of this. I mean, I always do. Maybe I can sell them out. Yeah. Make them think Norin is the man they're after. I mean, he's the kind of fool who'd happily die in my place if he thought it would help the cause. Yes. Yeah, that might work. I'm gonna have to work fast, though.
Wait, is this just a fast exit? No! I thought there'd at least be something special back there. Fuck. We're probably gonna have to come back here, I guess. God damn it. Ooh, there is another shield right there. We did finally get one. MK3 as well. MK2. I should take the MK4. Am I full on weight? Oh, I am full on weight too. Shit. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to come back here for a quest. Like, looking at the amount of stuff that we just blew through. We'll probably need to come back. Yeah, this is right back to the entrance.
Greetings.
Fuck. Okay. So we're just ahead of the curve. Hopefully our ornithopter hasn't taken any damage while we're in here. That would be extremely unfortunate. But we definitely need to go repair some stuff. Looks okay. Yeah, that at least cleared out the quests we did have. We're gonna have to come right back here for those other quest items, though, which is okay. Oh, we lost the kitty, though. I do love the way they did the flying in this, though. Especially since you can like do fun stuff like this. Nailed it. Yeah, we're gonna have to dump. I need to make more storage containers, is what we're gonna have to do after this. Put the body in the chest. Well, we'll put the body in the Fremen thing, and then we'll make more of these big ass chests. The still. Death still. Deposit corpse. Okay. I don't think I have a construction tool on me anymore, though. Fuck. I forgot I was already almost full on a bunch of that. Construction tool. Ooh, yeah, we can start making these big... Fuck. This is gonna be a bit more of a pain in the ass than I remembered. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, I need that, actually. Man, moving full base locations has got to be a pain in the ass with the way that this is structured. Fuck. Yeah, this is gonna be messy. Like, I need to spread out the sand bike and then the buggy and ornithopter stuff. Yeah, which is going to be a lot. Sand bike, buggy. Sand bike, sand bike. Sand bike, sand bike, sand bike, sand bike, sand bike. Buggy. What's up, Coco? How are you? Be in and out of lurking like Night Rain? Charlie as well? Good to see both of you. I wish Jackson was on camera. He's currently hiding. Correction, get my ass handed to me while I Night Rain. I still haven't Night Rained. I need to get that DLC. I have not done so. I absolutely need to. Yeah, Jackson's nowhere present. He was hanging out with us earlier. I hope you have a good time, though. Yeah, I've been watching some other people play, but I also want to experience it myself and go through the pain myself, as I did with all the other nonsense in Elden Ring. But we are currently expanding our storage and building a significantly better storage system in Dune right now, which is also taking up a lot of time. Yeah, we also have pinned, or I copied a bit of your message for this. Hopefully it can sell soon too. Charlie, I hope you're also doing well. It's good to see you. Only for a little, about to fall asleep, just making my rounds. Well, I hope some of the updated work stuff is also going well for you. I am alive. That's all that matters. Sometimes half the battle. Good to see you nonetheless. Especially after all the nonsense we were talking about earlier this week. I also hope that didn't have too many like negative repercussions, since I know you were very close to some other people that worked with you in some of the scenarios we were talking about earlier. Oh my God. There we go. Okay. That should now free up enough space for me to start, like, staging things. Like, I can move. I should be able to move all the stuff we're not taking out. Yeah, into this one. I know this isn't the most exhilarating content, but it's important to do nonetheless. Job is giving me more hours, so I held off on quitting. Was asked to come back because of that. They're extremely short-staffed, so it's actually all right for now. Hell yeah. I mean, it's never good to have to threaten quitting in order to get more respect or more hours, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And that's good to hear. I'm glad things have improved. Okay. I think instead of redoing all of this, we can just put one more of these here and then move the rest of it later. Because with that, I should be able to move all of this back. Just been grinding the hell out of Date Everything. That game looks like so much fun, and the voice acting, like the group of people doing the voice acting for that looks completely stacked. I was a little sad because I even got sent a friends and family link for the upcoming Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals reboot, but I'm gonna be in Mexico during that show, so I will actually not be seeing some of the first shows for that, like I did for Cinderella's Castle or some of the recent stuff. So I'm a little sad about that. Okay, yeah, we can redo the rest of the inventory later. This at least gives us enough space to have that available when we need it. Light, heavy. I mean, they're not just making it, it's already fully booked. Or they already have a number of show times preset. Starting, I think, next month or the month out. Yeah, I think it's like July through August. So I might be able to attend in August. Repair. But I heard it sold even better than the first one. Been a lot of reboots in my interest, honestly. Persona and now Star Kid. Well, I messaged some other people and said, let me know if you're coming out for it, and I'll try to book around that. See if we can do some other IRL meetup stuff tied into it. But if that stuff doesn't happen, I might just go like towards the end of the run. What's crazy is it looked like a lot of the tickets sold out almost immediately though. Okay. Assuming we have fuel. Yeah, we should have fuel. Medium sized. Where's regular size? Welding torch. Fuel. Okay, I think we can go on another journey. Yeah, a lot of our guns are about to be completely fucked. But it's fine. What's the furthest quest we have? Let's do it that way. Imperial Testing Station 163. What is that for? 142. I don't even see a 163. Gonna skedaddle. Gotta go say hi to Dead Game. Give Dead Game my best. Oh, here we go. 163. Tell DG I hope they are also doing well. Yeah, 5,000 meters. All right, we should be good. I don't know where the kitty cat went. Never mind. Speak of the devil. Come here, little friend. Who's talking about you? Hello, little one. No belly rubs. Too much love. Okay. Not alone. What do you want? You just want cheek rubs? I can do that. I can manage that. Such a cutie pie. Okay. We have a long way to go. Let's not waste all our fuel. Again, I do love the flight controls and the flight abilities in this. Being able to glide, but also being able to do like barrel rolls and stuff. It's pretty awesome. Big butt scratches. boy. You just want to lay on my hand? Shit, we might hit ground here. As much as I don't want to waste fuel doing this. I know this is the times where he wants me just to give him the deepest head rubs possible. He just leans his whole body into it. Hey. Yeah. Year-old man knows what he likes. I mean, he is purring right now. He just wants the deepest head scratch as possible. Little A, little B. Uh-oh. Overstimulated? No. No. Not angry. If he had it his way, I would just sit here and pet his head. Just scratch the hell out of the side of his head. Oh shit, whoops. Ah! He would just get little scratches on the side of his head all night long. Can I borrow him? No. You cannot. He is mine. I've spent 16 and a half years cultivating him into the unit he is. Helping him be the cutest he can be. Alright, we're probably gonna have to do a little dive here in a second. Yep. That was pretty good, I think, overall. Considering this is where I think we're supposed to go. Train them is my cause. Well, he was also a feral street cat, so it took a lot of training to get him to be the cutesy, lovey kitten. Well, he's not a kitten. The cutesy 16-year-old adult cat that he is today. Interesting. But I have fostered some other cats. In fact, even on like my Insta and shit, he's had some pretty cool interactions with other cats, including fosters. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. Shouldn't be too hard. Should be around here-ish. Yeah, October. Yeah, so this is another little foster cat, and this is Jackson. First real interaction with him.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
They finally boop. Ah, look at the boops. It's so cute. So cute. But yeah, then that little asshole also broke out of my fucking place, jumped out of a window. And I had to rescue it from my roof. Anyways. Oh no! Alright, I'm enclosed here. Hopefully our ornithopter counts as enclosed too. But yeah, we'll see if we can find the cat here again in a second. He's not been super compliant. Okay, ornithopter seems fine. Let's go in. Oh shit. Pokecatch was what I meant to do. There we go. Oh no! Wait, when are the... What is 8 o'clock UTC to now? UTC to PST? Wait, that's just an hour and a half! What? How dare. Search for Ullman.
Over the next few days, the following will probably be coming in from the killing fields. Armor and Trost, Hosni and his brothers, Ullman's troop. Do not allow Ricard or any of his people in unless they have undamaged plasteel cogs and lots
Desert
of them.
Botanical Testing
Bastards
Station
shorted
number
us last time and they need to make good before they get a
Dr.
single
Ren
drop
Omega,
of water.
Senior plant
I don't
geneticist
care how
here at the
desperate they are. Keep your guns ready just in case.
I hear bad guys, but I don't see them. There we go. Will they chase me?
Greetings, Ignis. I send this note to let you know we have been fortunate in the face of worms and weather, and have found some items I'm certain will interest you. We should be arriving at your excellent oasis in a matter of 2 or 3 days. I hope you'll be able to accommodate us in the usual fashion.
God damn it, stop it! Scratch one.
Shields up!
Fuck! That's bad!
Let's get the bastard.
Oh, we were doing so well. I thought I could jump up on that and get like out of the line of sight. All right, this isn't a bad respawn
You've
spot
entered
from
Desert Botanical Testing Station number 163.
Kill them all. I need help.
Yeah, I saw you mention earlier that you got him. I did also, I don't know if you saw me doing it at my base, but I did show the benefit that you get from them. Oh, fuck. Like, after we were talking about it, I looked it up, and I found out the benefit of it. I'll show it once I get out of here. There we go. But you might have left if you didn't hear me talking about it. Yeah, it's space management. Because there's the medium...
Once again, I am not
I'll show you when I get back to my base. There's like the medium storage containers that fit underneath the observer walls, but don't fit under the other
As
ones.
for the business we discussed, it turns out I have some of the vehicle components you're looking for. I would be open to supplying them to you at the right price. I've added notes
So I can
to
show
your
once I
list.
get out of here.
But first, I'm missing 2 of my crew, Silas and Enoch. They went missing near your territory and are long overdue. Some of our guys think you may have bewitched them with your subversive nonsense. But I said That's impossible. You wouldn't be stupid enough to cross us like that, would you?
But it is kind of cool that you can do some build stuff with those that you can't with anything else. Which I started doing at my base and then decided to just continue on with exploration. Okay, so we've already done all that. But it's like the square, like medium storage containers that fit perfectly under the observer stuff. And allow you to stack items in a way you can't with the other item or the other floors.
There's someone here. Well, reveal yourself.
God damn, I hate do that. Okay. Now we have a little bit of breathing room.
Where's backup? Iron worm.
All right, all right. There's not very much loot here, though. All of that for what I would consider to be relatively shitty loot. I don't know why it keeps reminding me of the game update, like reset time, without like an actual reset timer. Like the normal server reset timer, which has an actual countdown.
Anil, imprint the following message in your bird and send it to the Sayadina at once. Revered Sayadina, we discovered one of the ancient testing stations brimming with water and occupied by scavengers. We have taken their water for Shai Hulud. I ask for your command regarding this sacred bounty. Naib Jorba.
Reveal yourself. Eyes on enemy. Reveal yourself. I need reinforcements.
Not a great start.
Shield on.
Fuck! God damn, that punch shit can't stop. Scratch one. Stop trying to poison me. Stop fucking shooting me. Oh my god, I'm out of fucking stamina. Oh my god. Is that it? I guess so.
Naive, the bird has returned bearing this message from the Sayadina.
Jorva, Shai Hulud truly honors us.
Not a whole lot of loot in this area.
And now these rich spoils you have taken. Our blind brethren of the Ikhwan Bedouin would hoard that.
Naive, the bird has returned bearing this message from the Sayadina.
Jorva, Shai Hulud truly honors us. First with our victory at Maisa Turul, and now these rich spoils you have taken. Our blind brethren of the Ikhwan Bedouin would hoard that water for themselves. Such greed angers Shai Hulud. Small wonder they have fled away in shame. But we, the faithful, remain to serve the Maker in all things. What you have won will be his in good time. But more scavengers are certain to come seeking our prize. Remain and take their water as well. Nala.
Alright, so we still need to search for Omen. It's not looking as easy as it says.
What's that?
Find Omen has been completed. The deranged Masquerade cultists slaughtered everyone who came to the testing station for the water containing their bodies. How revolting! How barbarous! How could anyone do such a thing? That almost certainly explains the disappearance of poor Omen and his crew. What a pity! He was a good man and reliable partner for many years. Nothing like the half-savage scavengers you find these days. You've risked a lot to learn his fate. I'm indebted to you. Alright. Come here. Stop shooting me! Alright, that was close, but we did it. I can't go back in there. There has to be another identification band in here somewhere. Nope, it's right here. Okay. So now I should be able to just take that exit out. Fuck. I don't know why it won't let me just like crawl through that, even though it looks like somewhere you can jump. Yeah, now I can't go out of here. Let's go.
You've entered Desert Botanical Testing Station.
All right, and our ornithopter should be at the top up here now. Hopefully. Hopefully all of these assholes haven't respawned either. Yep, looks good. All right. We should be able to get back on the fuel we have. Well, let's hope we can, because we don't really have much more fuel. Yeah, only 84%. Here, I can kill the cat. Not currently present. I think we can make it here in maybe even less than a half tank. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, we can do it in a half tank, I think. Can I make it over this without doing another crazy dive? Hell yeah, dude. Way more than a half tank. That worked out extremely well, actually. I don't know if you're still here, Sky, but this is what I meant with the observer floor and these half walls. These fit perfectly, but they don't with the other floors. So you can align, and if you're doing it in the middle of your place, you could actually have them back to back. So you could have like 2 on each side. So that's what I started testing out. So this is the cool part about what you just unlocked. Yeah. So storage management, if you do it, you can then stack them and have, 2 on each side. So you could have some on this side too. Oh my god, I need to make so many more containers. Fuck it, I'm just gonna start dumping stuff in here for lack of space. As I started testing all this though, my inventory management has now all just gone to trash. Which is fine, we'll figure it out later. I want to do more quests rather than sit around and just do inventory management tonight. Oh shit, we also have ads coming up here in just a couple minutes. Okay. Investigate the sandflies is basically what we were just doing. Hello, Wonka, as well. I did see an investigate the sandflies. It was like up here. Yeah, locate the sandfly occupied testing station. So maybe we can knock out 2 with 1 thing here. Yeah, let's try that. I do want to double check. 8 o'clock UTC is what for PST? Because normally... Oh no! 8 o'clock UTC is 12 a.m. That's only 3 minutes from now. Why is it not doing the normal countdown then? Is it gonna kick me out here in 2 minutes? Well, we have ads coming up anyway, so I'll just run those now. We can try and find the cat again. And then see if it does kick us out in just a couple minutes. All right, well, it does not seem to have gone down at 8 o'clock UTC. Kitty! Yeah, he's being feisty. I'm hoping he will return in just a moment. But yeah, I'm not sure what all this 8 o'clock UTC time thing is. It keeps scaring me. We'll see if we can get him back, though. Yeah, this does say there's going to be a restart at 8 o'clock UTC. And 8 o'clock UTC would be now. Because we're 8 hours behind. Yeah. Okay. Well. Let's go say hi to a friend. Yeah, we haven't rated Dead Game in a little while. Looks like they're having fun. Getting into some Resi Revelations too. So let's go say hi to them. While this resets. I do plan to be on more. Hopefully. I'm glad we didn't have any of the shenanigans we had to put up with the last couple of days on the air. But, yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the love. I really appreciate it. I will look forward to hopefully seeing all of you again soon. And here, we'll do a little raid message. If any of you want to share it, would absolutely love it. Looks like Dead Game's actually getting pretty close to 250 followers, which is pretty awesome. So please share the love. Panda! Good to see you too. I tried to find you last night. I got on Discord and everything. I joined the gaming channel. But if there's any collaborative stuff or any gaming y'all want to do together in the near future, let me know. But we are rating Dead Game now. So we'll catch you later and I hope you have a great rest of your day, you filthy animals.